All right. I think we're almost there. A little bit of camera. To show some camera. No dogs. Lack of dogs. Total lack of dogs. They're off walking in the sunshine. Okay. What's our team? What's our team doing? We got Practical on today. We got Jern. We got Settlex. Everybody's on. Hypnotic says they're always on. Big Boy Games. Wonderland. Do I even follow Code Wonderland? I do not, but now I do. Okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Let's see. We got Bevy PR to finish. Good old Amiga Elite. I love this game so much. Oh my god. I have no idea. All right, Bevy engine. Bevy issues. That is, in fact, the one. Why's my scroll so slow? That's weird. So there's this question of trying to set render asset usages correctly. And Jan gave me this suggested change. Already the defaults of this line could be omitted. We leave it in for explicitness. Is explicitness a word? Yeah, the render asset usage tells me I'll accept that change. Reword comment, but I think I'm going to tweak it a little more. So now that I've done that, I need to pull it. Oh, hey, Cove Wonderland. I just, that's funny. I don't know if I can shout you out because I just shouted out someone else. Hang on. Hey, Finn. I I followed you because I did my shout out, my automated team check above, and I realized that I hadn't followed you yet. So there you go. I didn't mean you had to come and raid me though. That's funny. How you doing? How was your stream? Let's see. We need bevy. Need bevy. We need the bevy. The bevy goodness. And we pull. Stream went well. Lots of fighting with 3D models. Oh, believe me, I know. I'm still stuck on the basics. I know three things. I know how to select a vertex, I know how to select an edge, and I know how to select a face. Those three things are enough to get you quite a long way, as it turns out. Oh dear. I'm such a babe in arms. Okay, so we're finishing up this pull request for Bevy. I made a mythical creature called a Chikitor. A Chikitor. So that's going to be a combination between a centaur and a chicken. So is it going to be a chicken's body and a person's head, or a chicken's head and a person's body? These are important questions to ask, I feel. Chicken head and bull bottom. Okay. All right. Chicken. Oh, like Minotaur. I gotcha. So not like centaur at all. Interesting. I didn't realize until just now that there were two kinds of tours. Curious. I wonder what other kinds of tours there are. Two mythical creatures that end in tor are Minotaur and Centaur. Are there any others? Now there are three tours at least. A Draco. What? Oh, it's from D&D. A hybrid of a dragon and a centaur. Okay. And a mantor. Popular fantasy games with the upper body of a man and the lower body of a bull. Do you think that that's just making them up? I like the idea of a mentor. I don't know, Chikitor, I feel like it has more character, more verve, more interest to it. Okay, so I feel like we need to break this up a little bit. It's a lot to read. Render asset usages all is already the default, so this line could be omitted. We leave it in for explicitness. Yeah, I don't know, like it's helpful to know it exists, however. Render asset usages tells bevy whether to keep the data around for the GPU, which corresponds to render asset usages. Mm, render asset usages render worlds, or for the CPU, or both. Mm, I'm tempted to break this up. If I'm reading this in the comments, I want it to be pretty damn clear. It's also horrifying to see running at you. Very true. uh, I mean, clucking also. Does it? It would have to cluck, surely. Render world is necessary to render the mesh. Main world is necessary to inspect and modify the mesh via res mute assets mesh, I think. Since most games will not need to modify meshes at runtime, many developers opt to pass only render world. Yeah. This is more memory efficient as we don't need to keep the mesh in the RAM. For this example, however, that would not work as we need to inspect and modify the mesh at runtime. And then here we could go, instead of asset server load, we could go load settings, load with settings, and then settings and mute, gltf loader settings, settings, load meshes equals render asset usages, render world. Nice. In contrast to the above. Ooh, actually though, if we did that, we would create two different copies of, no, I think it's better to leave it alone. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll make sure it still works for one thing. Make sure it still works, because that's always good. We like things that work, generally speaking. We enjoy things that work, as opposed to things that don't work. Okay, so we can alter the right-hand side one by toggling between them and using space. And then if we hit return, both of them are scaled because we're directly altering the asset. And then if we hit space again, we go back to the other one. Okay, cool. That works nicely. All right, so let's do that. But I think also it's worth putting in the alter sprite as well. So we'll take this and we'll go to alter sprite. And this one. I think this one. Oh, asset server load. Yeah. So, hmm. So let left texture left equals asset server load with settings bird left get texture path settings is it's going to be a mutable reference image loader settings, and we're going to set settings load. I'm gonna guess it's load images. Asset usage. That's a completely different name. Okay. Asset usage equals render asset usages all. Okay, and we'll let that auto format, and then we'll move this. The line below could be omitted. Okay, and then texture left. Do it like that. Via resmute assets image. Image is at run, I guess textures. Many developers opt to pass only render world. That is more memory efficient as we don't need to keep the image in RAM. We need to inspect and modify the image. Okay. And then down here, in contrast to the above, here we rely on the default render asset usages setting. Yeah, I think that's a good compromise. Let's go back to here and we'll go when we say this line, the line below, and then the RAM is redundant. Yeah, I think we're getting close. Load a setting. Whoops. Don't want to do that. Wow, that comment block translation is not great. Yeah, I think we're about right there. All right, that's enough messing around with that example. Let's go and change that. We are on the right branch, aren't we? Yes, we are. Okay. Yeah. Refine comments and demonstrate loader settings in other EG. Okay. Yeah. Let's re-request Jan. Thanks for being patient. I think I've arrived at a good place with the comments now. Okay, and it's out of date with the base branch, so we need to update that. GCM for master, git pull upstream main. Boo-ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-doo. May as well update my branch, my fork rather. GCM minus, git merge main. And a git push. Ba-doo, ba-doo. Yes, excellent. All right. Doo-ba-doo, ba-doo. So now we've got both examples referring to that. Yeah. So that's the meshes one. And then we do the same thing for the sprite one. Uh-oh. I missed a mesh. Damn. Let's go with Alter Sprite. I always find that I pick these things up after reading them in the GitHub diff for some reason. There we go. Okay. Noise. Noise, noise, noise. So let's check our messages. Workflow uncancelled, workflow uncancelled. Yep. Done. And this is just the same example. Okay. Done. All right. So now we need to look at the allow expect issue. Maybe expect is better. Like these. That's the ones I comment on. Yeah, this one. Sorry about the flashbang. Yeah. Okay. So the other issue is this one. No, that's the PR. Oh, we should just add trivial docs to those methods. Okay. So that got merged, which is good. But we want the original PR because they had some great instructions on how to do this. So we know we've got at least these ones to go. So we could try to do bevy input today. And there were some instructions. Instructions. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to copy this into the referring issue, which is this one. Copying BT 103's instructions, workflow for ease of reference. Also note that crate level expect missing docs should be fixed in an upcoming Rust version. I wonder if it's possible to copy someone's markdown from an issue. Never tried that. Doo-doo-doo. Can you copy the markdown? Quote reply. Yeah, you can do it via quote reply. Nice. So we'll do that. Preview. Yeah. Okay, comment. All right, so we go bevy input next. Now we know for a fact that we have to use all targets because otherwise the bug doesn't show up. Oh, and in addition, I'll just eat it. Note that the current bug doesn't surface until all targets is specified. So usually worth adding that to the workflow. C, um, that was it. Okay, so we get off this branch and we go GCB and we give ourselves a reference 15059. Bevy input allow expect. Okay. And we're using Rust 1.8 CD into the first crate that raises warnings. We're going to go straight to bevy input. Cargo watch CX Clippy until warnings stop appearing. um, I think I would want to do all targets. But let's see. Cargo watch CX Clippy. That's cool. Actually, I might do that in an editor. So let's go to bevy crates, bevy input, and we'll get lib, and we'll go cargo watch. Was it XC or C? CX, same deal, probably. Oh no, X Clippy. Okay. I guess I need to install that. Cargo install or cargo add? Add is for packages, right? Cargo watch. And cargo watch plus for that matter. So I can't remember cargo. If I look for cargo generate, it'll tell me. Cargo install, cargo generate. All right, cool. Cargo watch. If Fanny Slam was here, they would be saying cargo road. Who's on green today? We got Mesaka and Sally 3. Okay. Green circle. Ooh, we taking a while to build. Okay. So now cargo watch should work. Finished running exit status. Oh, maybe there aren't any warnings. It looks like actually we've got some pretty good docs. Maybe this is good. We do seem to have documentation. The button is pressed. The button is not pressed. Is this button pressed? These seem like pretty clear docs. Okay. All right. So we will do that. Let's assume that this is okay. Bevy input is okay. It looks pretty good. Yeah. Just have a brief look through to see if there's any really obvious points that aren't documented. But it seems good. Yeah, I'm okay with that. All right, so let's kill the um, thing. We'll go down to the next one and we'll keep a list of them open in 15301. So bevy input we think is good. Um, Actually, I might convert this to a checkbox list. Okay, that should do the trick. We'll sort them. Yeah. And I'm going to cross out bevy input. Uh, Looks pretty well documented, well covered. Keeping a list here for my own reference. These were not covered by the previous PR. Oh, that did not work at all well. Do you have to put the space in? That's kind of annoying if so. Yep. All right. Actually, what am I doing? Uh, no. Uh, Control characters, right? Uh, what? Okay, seriously, is this? That's better. Good old markdown. Okay. So that leaves bevy core pipeline. Let's go to bevy core pipeline. And we'll go cargo watch. Okay. Type annotations needed. That's kind of weird. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. This was not what I expected. lib. Why am I getting build failures in there? Is it because I'm trying to run it from the subdirectory? This also looks really well documented though. I could not find platform in self. Platform you're compiling for is not supported by Winit. Okay, let's try following their example. Let's try doing this. In the previous directory. See how many things we get. It's probably going to be quite a few. But hopefully they won't include those build failures. I may need to build it first, then run Clippy or something like that. Ah, nothing at all. Oh, man. Does that mean that our documentation has just gotten ridiculously good all of a sudden? What if I add all targets? Certainly takes longer, but no output. Interesting. Are the documentation changes recent? If I go back into bevy core pipeline, blame C. No, they're not. Oh, I got the allow missing docs in here. That's part of the reason. Not all docs are written yet. Yeah. Okay. So that was me. I did that. So actually, I can't help. Well, core pipeline is has create level allow needs create level expect later. Let's see what else is true. Bevy dev tools. So let's get out of this directory. Oh, I see. Div tools lib. Okay, so this one doesn't have create level allow, but it does have what look like really good docs. Were they added recently? Nope. No warnings. Already looks pretty covered. I suspect I'm going to find this for all of them. Already covered. Bevy, GILRS. Hmm. Um, Gizmos. Oh, there's a lot of files. Docs look really decent. What about extract gizmo data? Excuse me. That feels like it could use some docs. I have to rename this branch. I wonder if you're supposed to put the expect before or after other directives. Or do you sort them maybe? Let's see here. We could check the existing ones. So if we look at the other PR, to see where we've added things. Hey, cool game dev, how you doing? Let's see. So that just changes allow for expect, but what happens if you've got a bunch of them? Configure attributes, not expect. Interesting. I don't know how to do all that. I just need to know how to do the docs. Oh man. Any expect. These are complicated. Unused imports. Unsafe code. Where's my docs? Missing docs. What we doing? I'm working on switching from the allow directive for Clippy to the expect, but also trying to find places where we haven't got enough documentation. Here we go, missing docs. But that's it does look like we try to sort them, sort of. I'll assume we're going to try to sort them. So let's go with expect missing docs. Is it underscore? Underscore. Not all docs are written yet. 3492. So yeah, it's not scintillating viewing today, but necessary and useful open source work. At least I hope so. Now, what's the problem here? Malformed lint attribute, bad attribute argument. Interesting. Does that have to be imported? Oh. No, because what have I done wrong? That's at crate level. That's at crate level. Where is the missing docs at not crate level? Maybe it's just missing docs is broken in general. Let's find some examples in the actual code. There's one. Certainly seems fine. That's the one from bevy utils. Does that missing docs have to be imported from Clippy? No. Interesting. Oh, it's not quoted. I'm a dumbass. Delete surrounding quotes. There we go. That should resolve in theory. Oh yeah, reason equals. There we go. And we get a warning. It's unfulfilled. Interesting. And yeah, if I go to the one in bevy utils, so if we go to missing docs, that's the one in bevy utils. This one seems to work. Wonder if it works because it's under that config directive. Hmm. See, a lot of these probably need documentation. It feels like. But if I add them, like if I copy that other line here. Oh, we're going to have ads in a minute. I might make another cup of tea. Let's say if I copy that down here, am I going to get a warning? Yes. And if I use allow, so weird. Hmm. Wonder if it matters the order. No. Um, I wonder what Clippier command it's running to get that in the LSP. Like if I was to run it now at the crate level, what would happen? Where are we in? Core pipeline, I think. No, hang on. Where are we in? Bevy Gizmos. And it was cargo watch CX Clippy. Don't tell me I get build failures. Right, that was slightly longer than anticipated. Forgot I hadn't finished sending the shopping. Very important. Very important indeed. Okay, so they got exit 0 for that run. So there's actually no warnings coming out of there. Despite the fact that I do have warnings if I go to the file itself. Excuse me. Like this one. So if instead I run this one, I don't even know if it'll build actually. We'll be able to build if it's not in the root directory. Might be able to. Right, so we got lint unfulfilled as a warning. If I don't do all targets, does it warn? I bet it won't. Oh, no, it does. Hmm. Uh, well, let's ask in Discord because I'm just guessing at this point. Let's go. So gsave. And we'll go to our bevy Discord. And documentation dev. Feels like it's not even working at all anymore. In some places, but does in others. Have to assume this is also related to the bug. If I understand the expect behavior correctly, this should not warn, but does. I think I kind of need something else to work on because this is, until we sort out the behavior of this lint, it's just going to keep being annoying. What else could we What else could we adopt? Is there something we could adopt that's a little bit more my speed? uh, I have a speed. It's not a very fast speed. It's kind of a slow speed. Label trivial. Um, Actually, no, needs adoption. Hopefully old. Examples, performance. Example of custom async task with single block on, 2021. Seems to be more of a benchmark than an example. The difference between handle tasks par and handle task par 2. Totally remove block on. It's a new example. Valuable, but the issues never got fixed. Some of those issues are kind of thorny. I mean, async is interesting. Where did it get mentioned? Yeah. Files changed 3. Too thorny for me. I'd close this one, to be honest with you. All right. Let's try for another one. Controversial. Use OS log on iOS. And string to string in reflect path error. Needs benchmarking. Garbage collect event memory. Ooh. Test the smoothness and accuracy of the time step. 22 comments. What the hell? Is that a module style dot comment? Numbers reported periodically in the console. Drop a comment on the broken window commands. The back of the Y in bevy is getting cut off. um, Add a recommendation here to change this number for different monitors. And there's been no commits since then. Not trivial. Yeah, there's a lot going on in here. Like, there's a lot going on in here. Yeah, maybe not. Let's find something else. Recompute AABBs for updated meshes. Contentious. SPIRV pass-through. Blimey. Ready for final review. Oh, well, this just needs auto merge, so that's not too bad. Hey, Sananda Warrior, how you doing? This one I think I can pick up. Okay, so this is the branch. This is an adoption of 3996. Okay, so this is a triple adoption. Oh my goodness. Okay. Good. How's the code doing? The code's doing fine. I'm doing slightly boring looking things, doing open source contributions, which are not terribly visually interesting to watch, but are kind of fun for me because I get to contribute to Bevy. Okay, so we will do check out of main. And then what we'll do is we'll create a new branch now. You add the remote, get remote add, and it's going to be SHFTY. And the remote will be what? Did I get that copied? Yeah. And we'll replace that. Whoops. Okay, so that should be their remote. And then we will get fetch shifty. Hopefully the branch still exists. Does look like it does. And what was the branch? Spurvy pass through main. There we go. So GCO SHFTY Spurvy pass through main. Or actually just that name, right? Oh, get reset hard. Don't need those. Okay, and then we'll go get push u origin spur v pass through main. Okay. And we will merge master into it. Main rather. Oh my goodness. Hopefully there weren't any conflicts. Okay. And then the difference was we needed a update the README, Cargo run build templated pages. And check for a new commit. Update docs. Okay. So I can now make a new pull request referencing this pull request, which is 8131. Okay. 8131, 8131. Yes. So pull requests. It's not going to reference my branch. That's okay. New pull request. Compare. No, I need to go to mine. That's funny. I wouldn't have expected that. Yeah. Bevy pass through main. It commits ahead. And yet you're not going to let me PR? Oh, contribute. There we go. That's changed a little bit in GitHub. So we need to copy a bunch of stuff, basically. Where is the original? Whoa. Stop that. No. Um, note. This is an adoption of Shifty's adoption, which is 8131 of 3996. How did I learn async Rust? Hey, Codebra, how you doing? Welcome. I learned async Rust two ways. Once I wrote but both learned by doing. So I wrote a budget program that polls my bank account and updates our budgeting app. You need a budget in Rust, and that used blocking calls. So blocking. So actually, that's not async at all. Now that I think about it. And then more recently, I wrote The robot, this robot right here, that eloquent robot that's about 2 messages above you, um, in using Tokyo. So it polls event sub and does a bunch of other things like getting OIDC auth working and all that kind of stuff. It uses a whole lot of async threads, and I just kind of worked it out by trial and error, and reading documentation and getting thoroughly confused. So yeah, that's how I got there. There's lots of documentation for sure, but looking at sample code is how I did most of it. To be honest with you, I hope that helps in some way. Um, all I've done is updated the branch and run the docs CI. So hopefully the CI passes. I want to get familiar with Tokyo request, etc. I want to make HTTP apps. Absolutely. So mine is a bit of a complex example. If we look at, whoops, that's not what I wanted at all. Go away. Eloquent robot and main, and we'll see some hideous shit. I wrote this probably the better part of a year ago, so there's a lot of things I would change now. But it basically just uses a ton of Tokyo threads and MPSC channels, so ways to send and receive messages between threads. So we've got a Tokyo thread for the OIDC client to do the authentication with Twitch. We've got a Tokyo thread for the outgoing traffic, so sending messages to the channel. We've got a Tokyo thread for the event sub listener. Oh no, actually, yeah, the event sub listener. We've got one for the OIDC flow. Did I use RC and RefCell? No, I don't believe so. I used Tokyo and bits and pieces of what's it called? Yeah, standard sync arc. I used a lot of that. And just .env basically. And I used that web server. What's its name? Just to handle a couple of routes for me for the OIDC stuff. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of threads. Like all of these are individual Tokyo threads, so it's probably overcomplicated. I should split it up into a couple of different programs. Like the OIDC thing doesn't need to be running the whole time, but it is, which is kind of sad. Okay, so is this going to pass? Hopefully it will. The fact that Alice updated it last month. Let's edit this to say adopted. And if we go here, so this is 15352. Couldn't resist adopting an adoption. 15352. Okay, what's in the message queue? Can merge this once CI is green. Please tell me CI is not red. Oh, god damn it. Not internal imports again. All right, internal imports again. And a moment, caller. Okay, I've done this a couple times now. Let's go to bevy. Let's go to my branch for 3.1 something or other. Get 3130 is the branch. And we want, what do we want? We want alter sprite. I bet that's where it is. Internal. Yes, I have done it again. So take this and go yank to that. Do that. And that is correct, I believe. And then if we go to alter mesh, oh, you can just do GLTF loader settings. So that means, oh yeah, texture. So I should be able to do texture image loader settings, right? Render asset. Yeah, okay. So get rid of that, delete back. Hello? Could not find bevy render in bevy. Could not find render asset in bevy. It's supposed to be render asset. Okay. Now what's your problem? And then texture, it's probably going to be GLTF loader settings. Let's just try delete and re-import it and see if it gets the idea. No, it wants to do that. Image loader settings. And I can't just do... Why is it auto importing from there, I wonder? So maybe it's this. Like so. Ah, that's better. Fix internal imports again. Okay, that should run. And this one. Looks like it might go green, which is nice. This is me, I think, commenting. Yeah. Done. And that failed, but we know about that. And we know about that. So we're done. Good. What's this? Nothing. All right, cool. Cool. That will run. And that should be just about it. So yeah, we've adopted. Oh, not that one. Or that one. So now we're back at PRs. Just waiting for checks. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we got more. No, we don't. GitHub's lying to me. How dare you? How dare you? How very dare you? Okay. Are there any more like this? Because this is an easy win for the project. We should be able to do this more, right? Even someone like me can can run a cargo command and commit the result. Even me, even me, even I. Sort oldest needs adoption. Complex stuff, complex stuff, complex stuff. That one I've adopted. Allow render target comparison detrivial. Ooh, we like a trivial issue. We like them a lot. Reinstate derived macros. The changes in Windows as entities removed the ability to compare render targets. Did I learn Rust from the official book? Uh, Partly, but I've always been a bit of a tinkerer, so I will experiment with something until I get it there. So yes, I did read the official thing, and that's good. But I also just kind of started writing projects and experimenting with them because it's not my first language. Um, hey, Mr. Ray Ray, I'm very much interested in contributing to the engine. We'll start looking at some of these tags. Yeah. Hey, I thoroughly recommend it. I have learned so much from people like Jan and Alice, just basically re-educating me. Just giving me tips on. I mean, the ridiculous amount of information they've imparted. So I feel like I've really gotten a lot more familiar. Um, don't necessarily feel like you have to adopt pull requests. What you can do is go to issues and then go label trivial and then go sort. Well, I go sort oldest because I feel like it's best to, to get rid of the oldest ones first, but you don't have to do that. Just find any trivial label. A lot of it is documentation. Some of it is writing examples. Um, the other book I've got, sorry to completely switch context, but the other book I've got, yeah, start with the trivial ones. Oh, hang on. This is actually holding up my puppy camera. Uh, is Let's see if I can get the camera to focus on this. It's called Rust in Action, and it's written by another New Zealander, actually, Tim McNamara. Very good book. Lives on my desk. Highly recommended. I'll see if I can find a link for it. Rust in Action, Tim. There it is. Tim does a lot of Rust education type stuff. Oh, sorry about the flashbang. So that is this one. Oh, you were going to get that. Nice. Oh, you got programming in Rust. Yeah. Is there anything in ASIC? Absolutely. I couldn't point to a chapter right now, but yeah, it's got all that stuff in it. So yeah, very, very nicely written. Kind of, I feel like a fairly practical approach, right? Yeah. So yeah, Rustbox. I mean, honestly, it almost feels old fashioned to learn out of book, but I still do. Most of the time I just write examples and write like toy programs and things. Allow render target comparison. Right. So, boo ba doo ba doo. occurs to me the exact ordering behavior of the derived macros are not well documented. This will return false. Card approved it last year. Removing ord makes sense if we don't have a reasonable use case for it. I'm in favor of removing ord for render target and normalized render target. Would it be acceptable to include that change in this PR? Okay, let's see what I would have to actually understand in order to make this work. I basically lead with my ineptitude, and once I figure things out, then I stop feeling so inept. So remove ord for. Okay, this is not a big change. So what are they saying? Remove ord for render target and normalized render target. Hmm. Am I gonna oh, it's got conflicts as well. Um, let's just see. Let's see how much of a task we're letting ourselves in for. So this is our target branch. This is something else I learned to do was like grabbing someone else's branch and incorporating it into my own via a remote. Uh, so if we go check out master, get all, it's not master, it's main, upstream, main. Okay, we'll go get add remote, get remote add A E V Y R I E. A E V Y R I E. And the address is this, which we're going to convert to this. And we use SSH. And then git fetch AEVYRIE. I've got so many remotes on this now. Grab that. Oh my goodness. Okay, so they do quite a bit of work for Bevy, or they have done in the past. Just out of curiosity. Oh, there's a lot of data to crunch. So much data to crunch. AEVYRIE. Not on this list. Interesting. Wonder why not. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Maybe they changed their name. Oh, there they are. Yeah. 45 commits and still active. Nice. We love an active person. All right, so let's look at this and see where we get to. So what was the branch name? Render target. Okay. So we know that it's got conflicts. So the first thing we need to do is try a merge, which will fail. Oh, but only once, so that's good. In window. Okay. Oh, so they've already done that. Default, copy, clone, debug, reflect. Who did that and when? Um, in 2023, June. And their suggested change is this is for render target, right? Oh, it's for window ref. I see. So default, copy, clone, debug, reflect from reflect. They removed from reflect by the looks of things. Let's just consider that change to see what they did. Yeah, they removed from reflect. Interesting. In a number of different places for some reason. Why? From reflect is a very powerful and important trait. This mainly comes into play during deserialization. It also sneaks up in other ways. It's very much a core reflection trait. The problem is it's not treated like a core trait and is not automatically derived alongside reflect. Bit cumbersome and easy to forget. Automatically oh, right. Okay, so we get it automatically now. Nice. Well, that's good. Thank you for writing such a good PR description, man. I appreciate you. Okay, so now my question is which ones don't need ORD? From reflect and because my memory is like a sieve. I have a sieve like memory. Render target and normalized render target. Okay, so let's find render target. That's in the other file, I guess. Ooh, it's having a hard time getting to the right file. Oh, render target's right there. Okay, remove ORD for render target. But not partial ORD? I think maybe partial ORD might need to come out too. And normalized render target. So here, these come out. All right. And maybe the documentation. So Cart said the exact ordering behavior of the derived markers. If enum variants matter, no, that's come out. So that's resolved essentially. Window ref primary does not equal window ref entity primary window entity, provided we document that. Has that happened? I think that doesn't have to happen because we're removing the ord. All right, let's push it back up and see if I've missed anything obvious. Um, so what can we do? We can, first of all, we can push to my branch now that I've merged in. So oh, we're still merging? Oh, okay. I should have done that first. So this one. And then we can continue. And then this, was it really camera? Was that the file that they were operating on? Yeah, it's camera. Okay. Remove ord, partial ord per PR comments. And I don't want to push to their branch because it'll fail. I need to go get push you origin render target comp. Okay. And then we can go to mine. And branches. Need to do a branch cleanup at some point. Okay, adopted. The dogs are coming back. Nice. Gonna get some dinner. Nice. I approve of dinner. Dinner is highly to be encouraged. Okay, so this is a quote that reply. Did that pass? That did pass. Nice. Um, Now, there are many wagging tails there. I can see multiple wagging tails. Excellent. Okay, so this is an adoption of what is it? 8300. Oh, we got ads. Hey, baby. I'm doing good, baby. How you doing? Yeah. Well, usually if the mic's in front of my face, I'm pretty much streaming. Also took out from Reflect because I see we get that for free now with Reflect. Okay. Still good. Okay. I also want to ask if I also want to ask Alice if I should be pinging them every single time. Maybe that's in itself, that's excessive. Okay. Maybe that's enough PR stuff for now. Maybe we should do a little bit of 3D stuff, do a bit of our stuff, do a bit of stuff. I can catch up with the PR responses later. Oh, conflicts again. Oh no, this was the old one. Oh yeah, I just need to put a note. Adopted in target. Yeah, that one. Sweet. Okay. Now, let's go back to what we were doing yesterday, which was in which directory? It was in unnamed space traffic control game. Okay, and we were trying to get this Blender model to work. So let's go back to that. Open recent ship blend. So the inspiration for these was, why is that bottom one flickering on and off, by the way? Don't understand that. It's something to do. Oh, I remember that from the tutorial, actually. Something to do with whether you render it or not. I can't remember. Anyway, the inspiration was from Elite, the original Elite, not Elite Dangerous. So I played the Amiga version of Elite. And if we look at images for that, we get these rather crazy looking colors by today's standards. Um, but look at these cute little ships. Aren't they cute? They're so cute. And one of them was just very simple like that. I mean, look at that. It's just a couple of engines and a shape on top. And that's all it is. And they, in the day, they would have been so advanced. Look at them all. These cute little ships. And the space stations were just this, like a little, I don't know what kind of, what number of faces they had on it, but you just had to spin until you matched the station and then dock. Um, so yeah, that was my introduction to Elite. I think I may have played the version on the Mac 2 at one, on the Apple 2 at one point. Was there ever an Elite on Apple 2? Yep. I'm pretty sure I would have played this one at some point. But it occurred to me that maybe we could make a traffic control style game for this environment. I think it'd be kind of fun. If you look at this, it's all just angles, right? It's all just angles. So I thought I might do something inspired by that. And the way I'm imagining it is just flat wedges with maybe a few angles on top of them. Something really easy to draw. And I was going to put a couple of cones in the back here. Um, so to do that, I believe I need to add a new mesh, but I don't want to do it right. Last time I did it right in the middle of that. I kind of don't want to do that. Add cone, and it just creates it right in the middle of everything. And if I try to move it, that's not what I thought that did. Ah, that's better. Okay. So we can move it independently. That's good. Um, and how do I rotate again? This thing? I'm sure there are keyboard shortcuts for this. Whoa. That wasn't what I expected. Oh, that's cool though. It's really morphing it around. That wasn't quite what I meant though. Let's undo that. How do I rotate something? You know what was really effective yesterday was just asking ChatGPT. So we'll try doing that again. Rotate uh, a blender mesh because it also tells you the keyboard commands. Right click on the mesh and activate rotate for R. Free rotate is okay. And you can rotate on a specific axis or R twice for free orientation rotation. Okay, so if I go R, which I'm already in. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yep. So if I go RZ, okay, that does it that way. And we need to scale it. And can we duplicate it? Duplicate a mesh. Shift D. Okay. Nice. All right. And probably need to get them oriented a little bit. Oh, I didn't expect that. They're not on the same level as the ship. Look at that. I didn't even know. All right, so we'll go to move. Is move just M or is there another keyboard shortcut for it? No, that's merge. What is the shortcut for this? So G, and we put it up closer and we'll figure out what plane it's in later. Oh, nope, bad. I think I'm in vertex selection. I should know that all the keyboard shortcuts, but I don't. Okay, now if I go vertical, yeah, see, it's really easy to get confused as to where everything is. Such a noob. This needs to be scaled. Whoa, not like that though. No, bad, bad, stop. No, very bad. Scale. Ah, see, look, I haven't even gotten it in the right spot yet. Okay. The stream should be entitled Blender for Dummies. GZ gets me that axis. So that goes up there. And then X. Oh, I see. I didn't accept the Z. GZ. No. GX. Ah, okay. So hard getting everything in the right plane. What about Y? Okay, that's X. That's Y. That's Y. Yeah. So I didn't have the whole thing selected, is what's going on there. Now I do. No, I don't. Apparently I don't have that vertex selected. I want everything, please. I think I need to be in object mode. Yeah, there we go. That's better. But now I've got everything selected and I just want this one. Oh, where are all the others? So this is all part of the same object. Interesting. I wonder why that is. It's definitely not a cube anymore. Okay, so let's look here. See if we can get this properly selected. We'll go back to edit mode. That's better. Okay. G. Ah, everything except one vertex. Come on. Now, there's a reason that happens. I remember this from the tutorial. That you don't select everything if it's not visible, kind of thing. And I bet it'll happen again if I do it from here, but let's try it. Aha. We have success. And we're going to need to do some scaling and some rotation. So scale. I think scale Y. No, that looks weird. Oh, let's rotate first. R. Ooh. Okay. And yeah, how do I manipulate these without manipulating the thing, right? That's my tricky. That's what I don't always understand. Like they should be their own separate objects almost. They look like tiny little cupcakes right now. um, so if I go back to object mode and select it, I just get everything, which is not really what I want. Um, and I can't select parts of it. What's this? No, that's, hmm. It feels like there needs to be a magic select of some sort, but there is not. So if I choose this and go rotate, I'm going to rotate everything. Yeah. Tricky. So if I go back to edit mode and select like this, oh, that does seem to have worked, but I don't think I will have gotten the end point because it's not currently visible. So if I go rotate, it's not really what I was looking for. Rotate X maybe? No. Rotate Y? No. Hmm. How do I do this? I think it's probably because I don't have the whole thing selected. What if I just move it along X? No, yeah, see, I don't have that endpoint. Um, there's a setting. I'm sure there's a setting. What setting is it that allows selection of all vertices on a mesh, even if not visible? X-ray will limit selection to visible. Enable X-ray in edit mode. Look at the top of the, yeah, I think this is it. Looks like two overlapping cubes. Okay, first of all, let's undo that. Two overlapping cubes, this thing? I think that's it. Oh, no. I didn't really want that. No. Well, I suppose one thing I could do would be to move the whole thing from the other way around, right? Like I could do this. Except even then I didn't get them all. It's kind of misshapen. Um, How do I do this? How about that? No, see, it wants to select those as well. I think we're going to undo a lot of this stuff until we have two separate cones again. When working with more than one mesh, how can they be treated as separate entities for selection? Make sure they're individual objects. Each mesh must be a distinct object in object mode. Into edit mode, select the part of the mesh you want to separate. L for link geometry. Hey, that'd be good. And then press P and choose selection from the menu to separate the select part into a new object. Okay, cool. So that makes sense to me. So L for linked, go to object mode. L, that did not work. Oh, edit mode. Edit mode, L, net. No, that did not work. Linked geometry. Are you sure you're not making this up? Blender, linked geometry. Select linked. Shift L and L. This works differently in that it uses the geometry under the cursor instead of the existing selection. Select linked, linked. I'll control L. Maybe that's changed. Oh, yeah. Aha. We have the power. We have the power. All right, so now this needs to become a separate thing. And now it has. Nice. And this needs to become a separate thing. Sweet. So we'll rename these. Left thruster. Oh, that'll be right. Right engine. Left engine. And then we can freely manipulate them until they're in the right spot. I hope. Okay, so first let's do it. End on, get their scale a little bit better. So that's gonna be scale Y. That did not work. Scale. No, not scale. Huh. Oh, back in object mode maybe. Ah, here we go. Okay, cool. Now scale. Yeah, scale Y. No, scale Z is what I wanted. I want just scale all, basically. Does that make it an appropriate sort of size? Let's rotate it so we can see. Oh, this is way easier, yeah. Nice. I get it now. So move Z down, move X. Oh, No, not X. Move Y. Just getting everything in the right place takes a long time. Something like that. And then GX like so. And you can see kind of how much room it takes up on the exterior of the hull. And it's definitely off center too. So we'd have to rotate till it's about level and then move it back out again. And it's too high again. So finicky, man. How do professionals do this? Got a split keyboard and I have to keep taking my hand off the mouse to change the Y axis because it's not on the same thing as everything else. Okay. And then rotate to about there. This is not even close to level. Oh, we're getting there. It's not professional, but we're getting there. We are getting there. Sure, there's a way to do it the same on both sides, but I just don't know what that is. I don't really need to know. Okay. I mean, that is a little spaceship with thrusters on the back of it. So let's go right engine ship is not a cube anymore, but never mind. Save. And then we'll try and get some sort of geometry on the top of it as well, so that it doesn't look quite so flat. How are we going to do that? We're going to first do it by taking a sip of our tea. Okay. So I could subdivide this top face, but what would that give me? 4 equal pieces. So if I go 3 for select face, that is not select face. I need to be in edit mode, then 3, select face. There we go. Subdivide. How many faces did I get? I don't think I got any. That was weird. I kind of expected to get more faces. Maybe it doesn't know how to do that because it's too complicated a shape. I mean, I can certainly subdivide lines and I can add more lines, right? I can add edges. What else can I do apart from extrude faces? That's really cool. Maybe I could use that to create more angles on top. Like I could go select individual points and I could drag it back. Oh, not like that. With the move tool, create some more texture along the top angles. um, I don't know if this is the way the pros do it. I strongly suspect not. I also think there must be a way to copy halves of an object so that it's the same on both sides. Because I don't really know how that would happen. Actually, no, that's not a thing. Have I missed one? That one corresponds to that one. That one corresponds to that one, which should be a bit further down in that case. I feel like I've missed one. That's the middle, those two, those two, those two. Have I missed? Am I missing an edge? Like maybe I am. Anyway, doesn't have to be perfect. Stop trying to make it perfect. All it has to do is fly. We can make it do that. It's the most ungainly looking thing I've ever seen in my life. But that is okay. All right. We'll save that. What happens when you render it? And how do you do that? Um, view, model, and render. In the 3D viewport, locate the shading options at the top right of the viewport. 4 spheres representing different viewpoint shading models. Click the last one. Oh, yeah. That, oh, I see. It just took some time. Okay, cool. I mean, we can see we've got some shading now. It's a little weird. All right. I'm fine with saving this, and then I think we need to export it. And there's a very specific list of things that we have to include, not the camera, because we're going to put the camera in bevy, and I'm not using BlendV, so I have to do this kind of manually. So export GLTF, and we'll put it in assets, audio, images, models. And we want GLB, and I want to include, don't include cameras, but include the active collection, include nested collections, and the active scene, I guess. And there's a bunch of other things that I found I had to do. Custom properties, sure, but not cameras or lights. Scene graph, why not? Mesh, UVs, normals, tangents, loose edges, loose points. Okay, let's try that. Oh, what about material? Yeah, let's try that. What are we exporting as? Ship GLB. Okay. All right. So now we need to try and load it. Asset tracking. We do not need the ducky anymore. Asset collection, resource, obstruct, scene assets. Can't remember what I did last time. Let's look at 3D. Asset collection, asset tracking. There we go. So I did this. I called it level assets. I'm fine with scene assets, models, whatever. And it's a handle scene. Models. Ship. Scene O. Ship. Okay, it's warning me. Field ship is never read. I can live with that. Then we'll go load collection scene assets. And we'll need to spawn it. So probably in ship itself. We don't have a player anymore. Source game ship RS. And I used to be able to do this from memory, but I don't think I can. So let's try camera. We'll probably keep some of this, but not the directional input. We don't want to spawn the point light. We do want we do want the assets. So we're going to want scene assets. And no, res scene assets. And we're going to do, I might need to copy our code from 3, which I think was in player for some weird reason. Yeah, here we go. Am I editing the right file? Yes, I am. Name new ship. And we'll take a ship component. I always forget which things to derive. Scene bundle. Scene assets. Ship. From translation, config translation, that doesn't exist. So let's go from translation vic 3 0 and default and state scope to screen gameplay, which I agree with. And we'll remove those. And then that's really all we want. We'll get rid of this. And we'll incorporate this into, oh, we don't want to do init on startup. We want to do that on enter app state. Is it? No, screen playing. Yeah, something like that. Oh, it's not screen gameplay though. There we go. And we'll need to include that in game mod rs. Mod ship. Nice. Okay, next question. The most important question of all, will it build? I'm going to say no. Invalid system configuration? That's entirely possible. What did I do wrong? I did not import this. I don't need that yet. Okay, I think we're there. Oh, I don't need to commit. What am I doing? Something's going to happen. I don't know what. Hey, it's our ship. I can't do anything with it, but it exists. I'm such a 3D master. Nice. Okay, it's a ship. It looks vaguely ship-like, I guess, in a way. it's it's a tiny little ship. All right, cool. Now, how can we could we rotate it perhaps? Would that be a thing that we could do? We're using our camera and our point light. Or could we have it, we could have it move, right? We could have it just move around the screen. and have different rotations while it does that. Um, in theory, you would want its movement to always be away from its engines, right? So that it didn't look like it was going backwards. But I don't know if that's going to be how practical that's going to be. We'll probably just add a physics engine and do it that way. Um, yeah. So what's next? It would be nice to be able to rotate it so that we could see the whole thing. So I need to think about how to rotate it through 3 different axes. Maybe I should do that first. Okay, cool. Add initial ship model. Actually, I'm going to ask a question in Discord about this. Because what I want to understand, I'm sure. Actually, let's ask ChatGPT for an initial answer first. Blender has scenes, collections, and what's the next tier down? What is this, for example? A mesh, right? Oh, well, that's the mesh. What's this? Um, meshes, materials, and so on. In a game workflow, what would a 3D artist export in order to produce a new object in the game? A scene, a collection, etc. Individual objects or meshes rather than entire scenes or collections. Primary thing to export is the mesh or object. In Blender, a mesh is the geometry of the object, and this is what will be used in the game engine. Okay, and GLTF, yeah. Materials and textures. While materials created in Blender can be exported, game engines like Unity and Unreal Engine often require these materials to be recreated. I don't think we do. I'm not sure about that. Textures can be exported separately as image files. They're often baked from the materials used in Blenders, and animations, of course. Collections are often used for organizing multiple objects, but not typically exported directly as game assets. Model the object in Blender, unwrap UVs and apply materials. Create or bake textures, animate if necessary, export the object, and import it into the game engine. Reapply or adjust materials, textures, and set up any required animations within the game engine. Meshes are exported to create new game objects. Okay. So what if we only export if a model has 3 selectable objects, but these do not need to be handled separately in the game engine. What needs to happen on export? Hold shift and left click on each object. Press Control J to join. Okay. Let's try that. Okay, I think we joined them. Nice. Does this have to be called cube? Is there a thing called ship in the resulting object, in the resulting export? So if I leave this selected and then go export, GLTF, and I name it ship object, but I don't include the scene. So no, selected objects with custom properties. What happens then? So I'm guessing it won't have a scene O in it anymore. Well, let's just check that. So if I now go to, what's it called? Asset tracking. And I add asset path models ship object GLB and a hash with, I guess, ship. I don't think that'll be it, but let's check. Pub ship object handle. What is it going to be though? Is it GLTF? No. Mesh? I don't think it's going to be a handle mesh, is it? I don't know. Let's find out. It'll probably just crash. So let's go to ship. And we'll see if we can get this right. Oh, expected scene, right. So it's a scene bundle. So what would I use normally? A PBR bundle? All right, let's try that. See how badly it crashes. Well, it doesn't crash yet. It's loading. Oh, we stuck. The file does not contain the labeled asset ship. It contains mesh O, node 1, etc. and scene. Oh, it does contain scene O. Explain why, though I exported only a selected object and not a scene, the resulting GLB file contains a scene O labeled asset. Okay. Interesting. All right. So it always has a scene O. So mesh O. Well, loaded, but we do not have an object. Okay. Bummer. So it loaded, but nothing is visible. So maybe not mesh O. What if I choose scene O? Um, maybe it's just the default label for everything. uh, all right, let's try again. Nope. Okay. Badness. Maybe because of the PBR bundle. Maybe I should go back to using scene bundle. Oh yeah, I didn't change it back to scene. We got ads coming up, so I'm probably going to grab another cup of tea in a sec. And it's back. All right, so although we didn't export a scene, we still seem to need to use one. uh, let's see if we can find an example in the bevy examples that references mesh O. Maybe it's just something I don't understand about how it's loaded. But yeah, let's do a BRB. Okay. Both the puppies have been exiled to the office for being terrible, bad, no good dogs. I am no longer surprised. Okay. Now, first of all, let's do a real quick check on PRs in case we needed to do anything about it. Huh. Alice is happy with those. Ready for final review. Cool. This one got to the merge queue. Hooray. All right. That's pretty good. Happy about that. That took a while to get right. And this one had a failed CI run. Why? Why the failed CI run? Can I see the pull request? Give me the pull request, damn it. This one. This failed CI. Oh yeah. What did it fail? Oh, build. Oh, that's not good. Okay. This doesn't look good. We should run CI locally on this one. It's going to need to close the curtain a bit so I can see my screen. That should be enough. Okay. Let's go back to bevy. And see what's breaking. Oh yeah, same deal. Normalized render target is not an iterator. Why? Oh, no method named comp found. Oh, right. So was I not supposed to remove? What? Let's look at camera again. I've done something wrong. I took away something that I shouldn't have, maybe. Or I got the merge wrong. Maybe it needed partial ord. Yeah, let's bring it back. Let's see. Render target. Where's oh god damn it. Pub struct render target. What? Is this the wrong file? This is probably the wrong file. Um, source camera RS in bevy render. There it is. And this is the right file. All right, that's where the error is, but that's not where render target is defined. Are you serious? Where is it? I'm so lost. So lost. So much time, so little brain. It's in bevy render source camera. Am I on the wrong branch or something? No? I'm going to go through this file line by line if I have to. Where is render? Oh, here it is. Jeez. Okay, let's add partial load. Does the error go away? And what was the other one that needed partial load? It was render target and normalized render target. Okay, let's see if we have any better luck this time. Nope. Okay, so it's got nothing to do with partial load. What have I missed? Did I strip something out that I shouldn't have? Debug, clone, reflect, partial eq, and hash. Hey, Finn. You set up a local LLM for a chatbot? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, maybe it's this one. Default, copy, clone, debug. It's got reflect still, and we add all of these things. And that's on Windows. That's nothing to do with this. Just basic llama right now, but I can give it a pretty personality pretty simply. Should talk to Settlex. I don't know. I don't know if he uses Llama or ChatGPT. I think he uses the latter, but I can't remember. Um, Settlebot has a very particular personality. Um, Ordinary, I would describe it as. Ordinary. Oh, Llama with some Python scripts. Nice. Oh, so you can make it changeable, huh? That sounds delightful. Call into editor first. But why do we need to? What has happened here? Normalized render target. So if I take away the changes, what happens? In theory, I can mode between Mistral and CodeStrol depending on the command, so I can get it to answer basic coding stuff. Very nice. Of course, take it with a grain of salt. Okay, normalized render target. The only changes here were partial ORD and ORD. So I've screwed up, basically. Is that what you're saying? I've screwed up? If I put partial ORD and ORD back again. Yeah, I think I bit off more than I could chew with this PR. I think this was a mistake. I'm regretting it now. I am regretting it. Just need that pop moment when it all comes together. No, it's concepts I don't understand. I think this is I shouldn't be meddling in forces I don't understand. Uh, did you see my super complex model? It's so beautiful. Look at it. It's my elite ship. So pretty. I'm not missing men and not meant to what off. Yeah, that's right. Diamondback. I was thinking of yeah, I was thinking of the Apple II Elite models and the Amiga ones. How they managed to get this to work, I have no idea. Early Elite indeed. So if I look at camera, I assume that if I go render camera, if I put those traits back again, wasn't real 3D, but it was very cool. Exactly. And the depth of it, my God. I used to love that game so much. Okay, so normalized. This thing. So if I put ORD back again, I get comp, right? And then CI passes. Gradually. Gradually, CI passes. Very gradually, but it's gotten way past the point it was at before, so I think we're fine. So what is the actual error and why do we care? call intuitive first. Oh, I probably shouldn't be implementing this. Should I? That's probably what the problem is. So if I stop and go render camera, normalized render target, take away that, and then it'll be an implementation of it, right? So what's the function? It's on 1079. God, this file is big. Yeah, this thing. Sorted cameras. Function sort cameras. Sort by order and ensure within an order render targets of the same type are packed together. Hmm. Yeah. So I might just have to ask people about that. Yes, I was possibly a bit naive here. Um, Given the CI failure, um, I presume I would need to um, normalize render target. Previous order target is none. Ambiguities hash set new target counts for sorted camera in mute sorted cameras O. Let new order target. Yeah. Um, hmm. Let's reread the original issue. Conduct some surgery on sort cameras. To make this work, let's have a quick look here. It's a problem with the new render target changes. I found the recent changes to the type difficult to work with, and the special casing for primary windows makes it awkward to use. The fact that you can represent identical states with different values is a code smell to me. The larger point here is I should be able to take two render targets and check if they're equal without needing to do ECS queries. Axing Ord and friends, the only reason I included those was to mirror the system normalized type. Removing Ord makes sense if we don't have a reasonable use case for it. I think I'm even on board for that. You can't have a statically defined default entity ID because if we remove window ref primary, re-add window ID and make it a component. I have to make like 6 enemies for the game jam. Oh, Jern jam? Jern jam? Jern jam? use render target. Don't implement default for camera. Remove ord for render target and normalized render target. Users may have different ordering needs and expectations. Yeah, June Jam. We planned out a bunch of stuff yesterday, and now this jam is taking over my life. Who are you working with? Oh, Karen, nice. Of course. So she really likes level design. Nice. What kind of game? Actually, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, given your vast 3D knowledge. I know you don't normally use Blender, but I've been experimenting with exporting an entire scene versus just exporting the selected object. And I've gone with just exporting the selected object because there's probably going to be a bunch of things that I'll have to model, right? So I don't always want to export a scene. But when I export a GLTF, the only way I can get it to display is by using scene O. It's a survivor's lack, but the theme is it won't die. So instead of dying, the enemies split into two when you hit them and your health is constantly reducing. Nice. That sounds frenetic. Um, so yeah, when I switched to only trying to get the mesh O label from the GLTF file, nothing shows up. But when I do it with the scene O, it shows up even though I'm not exporting the scene. So I'm quite confused. Is scene O just like the default? This might be something I need to ask the bevy folks. I'm not sure. This is so not symmetrical. It's so wrong. Uh. So yeah, like if I go to unnamed space traffic control game, I can get my model to show up here, but only by doing this. So this ship GLB, this was a scene export, and I used handle scene. This one is a mesh export. Like I only exported the object, but it's only when I change it to handle scene that I can get it to show up. And scene 0 label. So yeah, I don't know what's going on there. If you export FBX, you have a better time. I can't, unfortunately. Everything's built around GLTF. More intelligent format, yeah. Yeah. Bevy's kind of standardized around GLTF. So you might be able to use FBX. I've never tried, but I think not. There's a mod. Scene O. So you should be able to hide particular things in a scene and then just export the visible. Yeah, this is what I thought, but I was kind of getting at it from a point of like, do I always have to export the entire scene or do I just export like a mesh? And if I just export a mesh, why can't I refer to it? What I should do is search through the bevy examples for the mesh O string and see if anything shows up. Oh, there's one there. An asset with a label, an asset with a custom source. That's the only instance of mesh O. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm mucking something up. I had to change from, we have a thing called scene bundle. Like if I change this to mesh and I change this to mesh O, and then I change in ship, if I change this to from scene bundle to PBR bundle, and this to mesh, it'll build, but it won't show anything. GLTF is a scene file composed of meshes like FBX. They're node-based, so exporting just particular parts is setting up in Blender, so the hierarchy is only pointing to one export. I see. So scene O basically refers to the thing you're exporting, whether it be an entire scene or the mesh, if I understand you correctly. So if I run it now, it'll run, but it doesn't display anything. And I know for a fact that mesh O exists in the file, but I can't refer to it directly. I might ask the bevy people if that's intentional. Maybe it's just the way it works. Yeah, interesting. Did I get a response to that question on the PR? Oh, that might have gone to the merge queue. If this took a moment for you, that's a big indication that our existing doc could be better in this regard. Happy to have an example showing and explaining the concept now. Fantastic work. They really do. They're really very good at teaching. Like I have had so much time and effort from the maintainers and just explaining why I didn't understand. Like it took me about 3 goes to get the example right in this particular case, or 4 or 5. So they were really very kind. It was nice. Okay, so we got merged. Nice. Example, when I have very small thing in the bevy code base. Okay, so we knew that that failed. So I just got to wait for a response there and we can go back to making games. Okay, so let's ask in the bevy Discord because they're so helpful. Let's go. This ridiculous number of Discords. Hey, there's fins. Let's see here. We got UI, maths and physics rendering, I guess. I feel like this is going to be a FAQ. Unity is the outlier by using obj, which aren't scenes. In theory, you can import entire worlds using FBX. Yeah, yeah. I feel like this is going to be a FAQ. But as a 3D neophyte, I'm a bit befuddled by GLTF labels. It seems as if even when I don't export a complete scene from Blender, I still must refer to scene O. And Zach, another tech artist in my channel, he works on import formats and they're working on a way to use USD formats as wrappers for FBX files. USD I'm not familiar with that acronym. Just seen O in the asset path in order to get something to display. If I try to use a PBR bundle and foo mesh O, the program will compile and run, but is blank, I guess. Oh, finding focus dev. Hi, how you doing? Thanks for the raid. What you been working on today? That failed because my OAuth token is expired. One moment, call it. Let's try that again. Hooray. Oh, you got the inventory thing happening. Oh, for mobile. Okay, that's not trivial work. Um, I know that PBR bundles work because I've just finished writing an example using them. So I'm guessing my Blender export game could use a little improvement. Super happy it's coming along. How have I been? I've been doing good. I'm still dipping my toes into 3D stuff, having lots of obstacles, but we're getting there. Uh, my camera and light are not exported, and I'm using the bevy spawned variety instead, which work fine so long as I use. To be fair, this is Vanguard stuff. I don't think there's many answers to what you're doing out of the box, which is kind of cool. I know it's a little bit raw, right? But I kind of like that about it. So long as I use scene O. And I'm like I've just finished writing examples for um like Bevy has a ton of different examples, so that because that's basically our documentation. Well, it's not true. There's a lot, but like I've just finished doing this one. Cargo has it been merged? It probably has. It's gone to the merge train. I don't know if it's gone to merge. So let's use the branch git checkout 3.1 something or other. Yeah, example sprite alteration. That's the one. And cargo run example alter mesh. And that did not work. And let's try. Whoa, that's concerning. Why didn't that work? Oh dear. That's not good. Because I haven't gone to the branch. Aha. Actually, maybe I should test if it works with a PBR bundle rather than a scene bundle. So we've got this kind of thing. This is using PBR bundles. And just changing what the handles point to. So they point to a new asset each time or modifying the asset directly. And that was fun to write. I learned a ton doing it. But we look at Alter Mesh. It's just specifying the path with mesh O primitive. Yeah. Asset label primitive mesh O primitive O. So I wonder if that also implies scene O. I trust this line, but I wrote it, so I don't trust it. Hopefully someone in Discord will come up with an answer for me. Inventory system is such a huge DLA. It just takes so long to get right. And I haven't even finished a complete one like the one you've been working on. What would happen if I changed this? See, this deliberately says mesh O. And then it just provides the path using get model path. So I wonder what would happen if I did, what are the fields on that primitive? Mesh and use, okay. So it doesn't mention scene O. Interesting. It's got scene, node, and mesh. So for example, you could do handle scene equals gltf asset label scene O. Interesting. Okay. So what happens if I go back to unnamed space traffic control game and I change asset tracking? Well, no, let's refer to scene O again. So here, change this to scene O and handle scene. Wait, handle mesh. I bet this will be wrong, but let's find out. Let's go to shit. And then we'll use a PBR bundle like that. But instead of mesh O, we've used scene O. So we get it to load, but nothing displays. Okay. So what if I use, well, that would be the Blender file. That is not what we want. That is not the thing we're looking for right now. I've used scene O. If I use handle mesh, if I use handle scene, I think my PBR bundle will fail. Yeah. It's like, this is not a scene. What are you talking about? Whereas if I look at bevy alter mesh, RS, hello, there we go. We use a PBR bundle. We do use a PBR bundle, don't we? Yeah, mesh, and then GLTF asset label primitive. I wonder if it's something to do with the way in which bevy asset loader works. Let's try it. Let's go back into ship. and load it manually. Well, for some values of manually. From asset, models, ship object, GLB. And we don't need the hash because we're using this other thing. Wait, what? What is your problem? Expected one argument, found two. Oh, yeah. Oh, we don't have asset server. Mm, right? Oh, it has to be load with settings. Oh no, that was just by way of demonstration. Just asset server load should work. And we'll get rid of scene assets here. I feel like Rust Analyzer is having a giant brain fart right now. Like a giant brain fart. Let's just get rid of it and do a cargo build, and that should clear things up. Unterminated double quote? What? What did I do? Yeah, that would be correct. Thank you. Okay, now what? Unused input? Yeah, fair enough. All right, I don't know that that's going to be more successful, but let's find out. Okay. Interesting. Um, not not quite what I had in mind. Not quite the model I was looking for, but undeniably a model of some sort. Um, so that's scene O. Well, it's not scene O. It's mesh O, really. All right. Um, any warnings that I should be paying attention to? No. So maybe I'm exporting the wrong things. Maybe I should have exported that as well. Maybe that's the problem. Export GLTF ship 3 GLB include selected objects and custom properties. I don't know if we need scene graph. I don't even know what that is. Maybe that's why I'm getting a scene. I don't know. Let's try this. It's so cool to see you in Blender. You made a donut and that's it. I made a donut. It's not a very good donut. Look, it's my donut. It's gray, but it's a donut. I felt like I had to. It's got a blemish too. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So let's try rerunning it without changing anything except the path to the file. Uh, ship 3, I believe we called it. Nope, same problem. But now that we've changed what we were exporting, let's try changing to asset loader again. Path equals models ship 3 GLB mesh O. Ship 3 handle. I'm going to say mesh. I don't even know if that's right. Actually, let's use a quick bit of science. Using bevy asset loader, load first a scene and then a mesh. Yeah. Oh God, not feedback. Yeah, I don't need all this. I don't need all this. I just need the asset. Handle mesh, primitive O. Ooh, primitive O. Why primitive O versus mesh O? Hmm. Use Perplexity, the free version. I wonder how it compares to ChatGPT 4. Yeah. This is there's also these new ones. The O1 preview, which is supposed to take longer, but is apparently better. I haven't actually tried it yet. Both my partner and I use this for work, so I want it to basically synthesize Google. That's its primary purpose as far as I'm concerned. Primitive O. I like this because it mentions primitive O. Explain the difference between primitive O and mesh O. And in the meantime, we will use primitive O. And we'll change ship to, well, we'll try, I see it's got primitive O there. Oh, I'm so confused. Let's add back scene assets. Ship 3. Okay. Uh-oh. Type must be known at this point. Yeah, I don't care about that. What's your problem now? Oh, okay. The good thing about Perplexity is it's able to keep up to date with new bevy versions. Oh, I did not know that. That is definitely a problem with ChatGPT for sure. It doesn't get fed often enough, I guess. Oh, well, now it's just stuck loading, so we know we screwed up. What did I do? Okay, it doesn't contain primitive O. It contains mesh O, primitive O, node O. Okay, so primitive O is a subset of mesh O. Represents a 3D object which contains one or more primitives. It's the primary structure that holds the geometry. A subset of a mesh representing a specific part. Okay. So I could have used mesh O primitive O. And what happens if I do? Hmm. We're going to have some ads in a sec, by the way. Hmm. Uh, so if I went alter, no, assets, tracking. If I use mesh O / primitive O, what happens? That's the same as that other syntax, I think. So I'll probably get that red, jaggedy looking thing. Ooh, it's getting quite warm in here. Must be spring, must be almost summer. Yeah, there's the red jaggedy thing. Okay. All right. So maybe that's only one of several primitives and that's the problem. Or maybe I'm just not exporting the right things. Which is similar to the what is it? What is that syntax called? Um, GL TF asset label primitive mesh O primitive O syntax, I guess. So what am I not exporting? Maybe if I just persist with that syntax, but mess with the things that I'm exporting out of Blender, maybe I can actually arrive at a solution. So let's try that. Let's go back to Open Recent, Ship Blend. We've got Ship and Cube 002. So that's my primitive, I guess. So let's try another export and let's go. What if we export renderable objects? Right then. Okay, so we were testing what to export. What to export. What if we include, instead of selected objects, what if we include renderable objects? Or even just active collection, except I don't want the camera or the light. But maybe I do need custom properties. I'm also going to deselect this stuff. Oh, it is deselected. Mesh, UVs, normals, attributes. Maybe I need everything on the mesh. I wonder. Let's just do a few experiments like this without changing the code. Oh, I didn't change the file name, but that's probably okay. Ship 4 GLB. Okay. Now we go asset tracking. I'm going to add one of these. Got so many models now. Excuse me. Okay, so this is a handle mesh, but it's a mesh O primitive O. If I can figure this out, I'm going to write a tutorial on it because it's confusing as hell. All right, so now we just change our ship to use 4 instead of 3. And we run. Uh-oh. Path not found. Ship 4. What did I call it? Where did I put it? Huh. Oh well. Let's try it again. Hopefully I used the right settings. Okay, so that gets us that. All right, let's go back here and export, but this time include renderable objects, custom properties, and everything gets ticked on the mesh. Just everything. Just everything. And sure. I don't know about compression. This is going to be ship 5. Could not calculate tangents. Please try to triangulate the mesh first. Okay. I have no idea what you just said. And then we will change the ship. And run. And we've still got this weird looking shape. All right. So mesh O primitive O is not good. Or else I'm not exporting it correctly. What else can I change about the way I export things? What about the collection? If I export the collection without the camera and the light, is that enough? Include active collection. Include nested collections. Just include all of the things. Armature? Okay. Let's try calling this ship collection. And it couldn't find the tangents. And same problem. All right. So it doesn't seem to matter what I choose to export. If I refer to mesh O primitive O, I end up with this. Hmm. Why? Um, uh, a an exported render on Blender export, um, choosing renderable objects results in a GLB file, uh, which can be rendered in bevy using PBR bundle and mesh O primitive O. However, the result is a misshapen pink blob. Suggest a possible troubleshooting approach. Ah, pink indicates missing textures or materials. I didn't put a material on it. Right. That's why the PBR bundle works in the examples, because it has a material. Yes. Yes, yes, you are correct. Thank you. Thank you, robot, for your assistance. I didn't put a material on it. That's what's going on. Okay, so I need to spawn the material, which means I need, do I still have the example? I do not. Bevy alter mesh. There we go. I didn't add a material. I wonder if it's more normal to create the materials in in Blender or in code. You would think in Blender, right? No, hang on. We're bad. Oh yeah. Materials is gonna be no, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. What did I screw up there? Standard material. Okay. Aha. Okay. So now we've given it a color. that's not that's not my it's got color and shape, but it's not correct. It's a good job I find this funny. Okay. Okay, well, first of all, in Discord, the type of mesh O is GLTF mesh, not mesh, so it can't be rendered as is. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. Let's try that. But does it still work? It does not. Can I use into? I cannot. Okay, it's GLTF mesh. So why does my example work in the other one? From asset. I see. Asset server load with settings from asset. Hmm. The type of mesh L is GLTF mesh, not mesh. So why would this one work then? Because if we look up cube GLTF, it's going to be GLTF. I don't think anything appears in the log about it. Let's try. Definitely doesn't seem to work. Expected mesh found GLTF mesh. Hmm. What happens if I try to do it the asset loader way? So let mesh handle, well, just let mesh equals GLTF mesh. Wait, this thing. Hang on. I'm getting all turned around the axle here. Ah, here we go. Asset server load. Yeah. Ship collection GLB. Hmm. Let's see if it does report something to the console. Nope. Bevy asset loader loading state is done. But that's neither here nor there for this one. There is no error report. Huh. It very happily does this. Better make that a thread. Isn't the right shape, but definitely no error. I might easily be exporting it wrong. Wonder if there's such thing as a GLTF viewer that I could use to check my export. One wonders. Actually, I should totally put screenshots in there. Ah, everything's wrong. Everything's so wrong. That's really weird. Ah, there we go. Um, and then I could screenshot what I'm actually seeing. Okay, let's ask the robot. What would be considered default export settings for Blender GLB if we don't need the entire scene, don't need cameras or lights, but do need meshes to render correctly? Apply transforms. Oh, maybe that's it. what was it? Select the object, be in object mode, shift and left click to select multiple objects. Okay, so we're in object mode and we've selected. Okay, apply transforms. Control A, choose all transforms. Okay, I don't know what that would have done. Check UV unwrapping. Ensure your objects are UV unwrapped properly if we're using textures. We're not. Pack textures. Default export settings. Choose GLB. Limit to selection only. Okay. Make sure mesh is selected. Uncheck cameras and lights. Let's go with ship 6. Include selected objects. Not sure about custom properties. Objects, make sure mesh is selected. I don't even know what the objects is. I don't think that applies. Apply modifiers. Subdivision surfaces. Well, I do have subdivision. Apply scale. Choose FBX all. What? I don't think that's a thing. Forward set to Z forward. Actually, I used Y up, didn't I? Applies transforms and applies scale. I mean, we may as well try again. Okay, so mesh O is a GLTF mesh. That's not confusingly named at all. So what values on here? Mesh is a handle mesh. What would I use if I had a GLTF mesh? Load GLTF extras. Hmm. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Loading just the primitive O loads the whole mesh. It looks very different from what you have in Blender. No kidding. What if we use, instead of the primitive, what if we use mesh and we would need U size, so it would be O. I can't find the buffer I'm looking for. There we go. So it would be like that. Interestingly, this isn't an error, even though presumably this is now a GLTF mesh. Hmm. And now we just blank space. Any errors in the log? Nope. Also happily builds and runs, but rather than a green monstrosity, we have a blank space. Maybe I should drop back to a cube and try and get the cube to show. And if we switch to a scene bundle, no, entirely empty. Hey, Fuzzy, how you doing? Oh, puppy cam's died. Oh no, it's just very dark. Hang on. It needs to adjust. Adjust. Adjust puppy cam. Scary hand. Hmm. Let's try puppy cam settings. Am I coding in the dark? No, I'm not. I am not, although it has been known to happen. Uh, oh, now it's decided to reset itself. I don't know where the other dog is. In the other bed, I guess. He's snoozing. Teddy snooze. It's been for his walk. Okay, so thinks it's a handle mesh. If I change this to a scene bundle, oh, and it doesn't have material now. Oh, I need to change this to ship 6 too. Yeah, that one works fine. Hmm. Not talking very much because I'm basically talking to this person on Discord, but it's confusing. But once I get this GLTF stuff sorted, I am absolutely writing some more examples because it's confusing. It's very confusing. The above makes me think that I'm exporting the right things, but not loading them correctly. Hmm. 3D. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle. Hmm. So this GLTF mesh thing, is there an example that features that I could look at maybe? Also, do I need to check my PRs? Nope. Okay, so GLTF mesh in examples or something like that. Only in low GLTF extras. Mesh and bevy is equivalent to a primitive in the GLTF format. For a GLTF mesh representation, see GLTF mesh. Okay. But then how would you display it? Because you can't use PBR thingamy, what's it? Um, you can't use PBR bundle. Is there such a thing as a GLTF bundle? Um, creates bevy loaders, GLTF mesh new. How would I display a GLTF? Well, let's ask the robot. Display a GLTF mesh, um, a bevy GLTF mesh, uh, note, material mesh bundle. I was searching the, GitHub at that very second. Let me see here. Okay, material mesh bundle. If I get this right, I'm writing a very detailed example. Okay. So GLTF asset label mesh O, material mesh bundle, mesh. No, what type? Oh, not mesh. What does it get? Meshes handle mesh. Oh, I see. Material. Oh, I might have to undo a few steps to get that. There we go. Now, material mesh bundle, mesh and material. Let's just change these to be simple. All right. Okay. 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 Don't tell me this is actually going to work because I simply will not believe you. I won't believe you, you know. I just won't believe you. Damn it. I kind of wanted it to work. All right, let's look at the log. Nothing in the log. Is it possible that it's not loading in time to display? No, because it would still show up. Thanks, Fuzzy. Damn. So, interestingly, I think it still thinks. Let's look at if you see anything else on Discord. A scene I have and how to split into primitives. Mesho primitive, just GLTO, just Mesho is a GLTF mesh, not a mesh. Um, so maybe that's why that's failing. It does seem that mesh O does not complain if it's fed a GL TF mesh and yields a handle mesh. Okay, so let's try mesh O primitive O using material mesh bundle. I don't know how that's going to be different to PBR bundle, but let's try it. So primitive mesh O primitive O. And then run. Nah, still the same misshapen blob. Asset server tries to create a handle mesh with the path mesh O, but it should fail and log something. The log being empty is what's weirding me out. Yeah. Yeah, any attempt to use primitive O gives me the green blob. And mesh O gives nothing at all. Fails silently. I wonder what else I could export. Let's export the wrong thing so we get a list of what's in there. Asset tracking. Wow, I'm in the wrong directory. Okay. So if I run that, it should fail. Yeah. Okay. Did not contain foo. It contains mesh O primitive O, node O, and scene O. If your GLTF broke the scene into one mesh with multiple primitives, you would need to load all the primitives, right? Yeah, not just the primitive OO. I just checked, and the labels are mesh O, mesh O, primitive O, node O, and scene O. Oh, we got ads. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Wait, it doesn't matter if it's GLB. Hmm. I would like to know how this works. Let's try exporting as a GLTF. GLTF separate. Same selections. Wonder if this tangents error that keeps cropping up is a problem. Oh, baby, you wanted me to remind you to feed her. Okay, I forgot to correct that problem in asset tracking. Absolutely nothing. Okay. So which bundle uses a GLTF mesh? Features a GLTF mesh property or field in bevy. Not part of the built-in bundle. You typically work with a PBR bundle to render GLTF meshes once they're loaded. Okay, so if there was more than one, shouldn't make a difference. GLTF mesh is just organizational. Okay. If there's more than one primitive, yeah, mesh O primitive O. That's what I've been doing. When you load a GLTF file using Bevy's asset server, the loader returns a handle to a scene rather than directly accessing GLTF mesh. The mesh data itself is part of the GLTF file's internal structure. You use the PBR bundle to render those meshes. I don't think that's entirely accurate, actually. Uh, hmm. I mean, I can just proceed using the scene, but it's annoying not to be able to load the mesh. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. Let's try a cube. All right, select the cube, export. Why would using the scene be an issue? It might not. I'm just confused as to why I can't access the mesh itself. I guess I'm just trying to understand it in more depth. Why displaying the mesh itself renders in such a wonky way. So let's see if I do an export here and a GLTF or GLB, include selected objects, don't include anything else. Data, or just use the default, I guess. Oh, what did I call it? Yeah, no, not untitled GLB. That I also don't understand, but the usual way is to use the scene and not loading each primitive individually, right? Um, so if we go back to here, cube GLB. Okay, and back in here, we switch ship to that. And there's my cube. All right. So interesting. I wonder if the same will be true of the monkey. Did I have that specified the way I should? Yeah, it was a primitive. It was fine. Going back to first principles, exporting a cube works just fine. So something about the way I'm preparing the model for export means scene works, but primitive O is lacking something. Anyway, thanks for the debug. I love it when the ads don't respect my volume settings and play at 100%. Oh, sorry. That is not good. That is not good at all. Yeah, so what is it that I'm not doing? It's something to do with the way I was subdividing all those surfaces, maybe? We go back to ship because it looks decidedly wonky on the screen. It looks fine here, so I'm missing something. What is that? Still thinks this is a cube. I could, it might be something that needs to be done to prepare this, like scale. Maybe I need to fix the scale somehow. What was it that ChatGPT was telling me to do earlier? Apply transforms, Control A, and then choose all transforms. So if I go Control A, apply location, apply rotation, apply scale, and properties. How do I commit that? Is that done? Oh, I guess it's done. All right, let's try that. What ship number are we up to now? I got to tell you, it takes persistence, takes a little bit of persistence. 7, ship 7. Include selected objects. Ship 7 GLB. Okay, try that. Oh my God. Okay, so applying all of those things made a big difference. I need to understand more about that. So I wonder how store all that stuff at scene level. Ah, finally works. Wow, that is a success. So let's reinforce that. Um, why does applying why is applying transforms scale location so necessary in Blender? Why does the scene display correctly, but the primitive does not unless these are applied? Oh, camera's off. That's because we're looking at an empty dog bed. Okay, in Blender, applying transforms is important when exporting 3D models, especially for use in game engines because of the way transformations are handled internally. The reason the scene may display correctly in Blender is due to how differences in how these systems interpret object transforms. In Blender, when you move, rotate, or scale an object, these changes are stored in the object's transformation matrix, but they are not applied directly to the object's geometry. This means the object is still using its original geometry but displayed with the transformations you applied. The internal representation of the object's data remains separate from the visual representation. Okay. It bakes the location, rotation, and scale into the object's mesh data. Okay. Um, for other ignorant folks like me who might come across this thread, here's how the LLM summarizes it. All right. Interesting. So always apply the transforms. Hi. That's good. That'll get merged. I'm using the files from an old game that uses their proprietary format, so I had to create the asset loader for them. Oh. Had to apply all of the transformations manually. Okay. Now we know. Always apply your transforms. I think that deserves a TIL. Let's go with download that file. Save image as we'll go EG blog static images blog ship PNG. Trying to keep a TIL log of everything that I understand or try to understand. And then save image, broken ship PNG. W, where's my W folder? Where is my W folder? EG. Static images blog. Okay, so this can go, that can stay. And we'll go to that's not what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Let's go with TIL, apply your transforms. Subtitled, everything looks broken until you do this. Our date. Tags bevy. 3D. Blender. For goodness sake, apply your damn transforms. Exporting a scene from Blender in GLTF works rather well. But if you attempt to load just a mesh O primitive O like so, unnamed ship RS. You're in for a bad time if you don't first apply your transforms. Location, rotation, and whatever the other thing is. Oh, scale. Prior to exporting the GLB. It's the difference between this. I've forgotten the syntax, so I go to bevies for turns 4 and I get the image and broken everything broken. Broken ship PNG and this. Granted, the first isn't a massive improvement. Other way around. On the first, but at least it looks as intended. Here's the LLM's explanation of this stuff. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Oops, that was not what I intended. You can't put titles in, yeah, I think this will do. And we'll just do a real quick test by going Zola serve. Yeah. Okay, cool. Control C to stop, blah, blah. TIL input. No. Wait. I'm editing the wrong file. Damn it. Why? How many times will I do this until I learn? Wait, what? What are we calling this? TIL. Apply your transforms. Okay, that can publish. Gradually build up a little library of these things. Once it builds, which will take a second. In the meantime, we should find someone to raid. Is what we should do. Let's see what team shoutouts we can do. Oh, Hypnotic. That's the second time. Funny. ERN. Let's raid ERN because we raided Hypnotic yesterday. Yeah. Thanks very much for hanging out, folks. I appreciate it. We'll see you next time. Thanks for the follow.
I hate where they are. Basie, hi, thank you.